Alright, what's up everyone? How are you doing today? Let me get the YouTube chat over here. Put it in live chat so I can see everyone. There we go. There we go. Alright, nice. Sorry guys, yesterday, kind of today, yesterday, I don't know, my time, my like internal clock is a bit messed up, cause yeah, I just did Belial for so long that I didn't notice the time. That's why I didn't stream yesterday, cause I just went to bed so late, cause I just did Belial all night without noticing. I didn't get anything out of it. I sanctified a bunch of stuff. Didn't get anything out of it. Like, nothing. But yesterday, kind of today in the morning before I went to sleep, I spent all my gold buying runes for Solig. Because I did some of my glyphs I had here for Mythic Rotas. I only have 2 left. We got a bunch of sparks. This is enough for me to craft like 60 or so Soligs. Right now we got 50 here. So today we're gonna craft all 50 of them. We're gonna sanctify them. And hopefully we are hoping for a Starless. I wouldn't mind a double Solig on it either, because that would make trying other builds on Barb easier. That being said, from what I've been told, Solig on Solig is apparently not working too well. It might be bugged. So maybe that's not the best outcome. But we'll see. Ideally we want Starless. I would also be very happy with Vehement on it. So yeah. Let's craft these bad boys. We can only craft 33, I believe. We'll craft 33 of them. And then, let me actually go to Karigar. We'll craft 33, masterwork all of them, craft the rest, and then we just sanctify them all at the same time. I don't know if I have the inventory to do this, actually. Oh yeah, I need to start selling some, Oh yeah, I do have some extra Sabres. Oh yeah. You know what, let's start off with the Sabres. You as well, I guess, to clean up some stash space. I do have some decent Sabres here, like you can see I got Vehement. I guess we did get something, right? I got Vehement here, which is very nice. I got this, which I don't know how to feel about it, but it's something. Also got this one here. I got the Crown Evolution. Oh no, this one were already saved. I also got this one with cooldown. We didn't get anything too big. We also got this one with Allstat. I think... No, this one was the one I was already using, I believe. So let's start off with this. The Ariats is for my speed farming setup. Might as well, right? Every now and again. As long as I'm not purposely targeting them. Right? We shouldn't run out of resources. Just like every now and again doing one item that's not for the push. Oh yeah, I've been messing around with Dust Devils. They are actually kinda decent. With double Solig you can do something very funny. That being said, they are not the best, so I just kinda didn't find it worth it. They can do roughly 10% of the damage of what this build can do. But of course that's not nearly enough, right? That's like with full sanctification. So you can imagine that it's not that great without it. I'm not gonna, like, if I had double Solig, I would potentially try it, but like I'm not gonna commit a bunch of... Ooh, that was my monster. I'm not going to commit a bunch of resources to a build that I don't intend to play a lot, and that it's weak to begin with. Like, I don't mind it that it's weak, but since I'm not gonna play it a lot, like, for example, this build I'm doing is not the best when it comes to power, but it's the build I want to do. The other one, not really, so, it be what it be. Ooh, you got a bunch of legendary powers, let's see. Another Vehement, but this is a worst one, so whatever. I believe it's the worst one. This... Oh, I didn't even masterwork this one properly, whoops. What about you? Nope. I wonder if this Vehement is better than the one I had. I don't think so, right? It could potentially be... I would need to calculate this. Like, it has a much better effect, right? So maybe that will make it up. Okay, anyway, let's craft our Soligs. Mythic. Got 50 of them. We can't craft 50. We can only craft 33. What's up, Razzie? How are you doing? We can only craft 33 right now. Oh, we can only craft 20 actually. Okay.
Beautiful and handy.
And then we go and craft 13. Beautiful. Now we're gonna masterwork all of this. Let's see if we got something big. In before... Oh! 3GA, but we missed the all stat, which is the most important stat. Unfortunate. Oh, this one is very good. Okay, we didn't get anything big. We got a 3GA, but it missed the most important stat. Like, the most important stat is all stats, and then the second most important is the resource gen. It does help. The other two, it's kind of give or take, whichever one you want for third, but...
Some solid bits here.
Been farming the whole day, did you get anything good, or... You also didn't get that lucky like myself? We'll see, we might get lucky now.
There's a good one. Some solid bits here.
Grandfather, which I don't... I mean, it's not the worst, right? I mean, ideally you don't want it there, but yeah. Sorry.
Some solid bits here.
Goddamn.
See some steel you need? There's a good one. More there than I thought. Some solid bits here. More there than I thought. There's a good one.
Getting this all to all stats. Luckily, like, mythics and the uniques are very fast to get ready for the slam. Legendaries, like, they take so long, especially like what I did for the mace, right? Just takes so long on Sabra, so now I can swap my Shack with Perdition. Nice. He left 0. Yep. It's not only that, it takes a lot, right? Because like uniques and mythics, I just need to masterwork it and put the socket right. Legendaries, you need to temper. You need to put the different enchantment, like a different stat, roll a stat, right? You need to put the aspect as well. It takes like tempering especially takes a long time, right? Tempering especially takes a long time.
Some solid bits here. More there than I thought. There's a good one. Some solid bits here. More there than I thought. Some solid bits here.
None of them? What? Do Soligs always come with no sockets? What the hell?
I hope you appreciate that.
Like, literally none of them. 33 Soligs, none of them have a socket. What the? Or is it just because they got grafted?
I hope you appreciate that.
32 and I got aspect attribution and accelerating. Accelerating can be good for some builds, but yeah, retribution. I'm still not sure, like if I like retribution and the other one, because right now I have this on the Solig, right? I think this is the retribution one, right? But there's also the other one that you deal increased damage to enemies that are unstoppable, right? I don't know to what degree those would be better than the fire damage roll, you know? Because, like, yes, like this one, for example, on bosses, you will not proc it a lot. That being said, like enemies, you stun enemies quite often since we're running Stomp, right? You stun enemies quite often. And the other one that makes them unstoppable, you also make enemies unstoppable quite often, right? So they might actually be worth running. That's why I'm like, whenever I get them on other gear pieces, I'm saving them to eventually test it when I got something like similar with fire damage and stuff like that. To eventually test it. Because, like, it feels like it could be good. Let's get them bricked in a second. I got a couple more. I got a couple more to get ready. That should be it. Those are not all of them. 17 more. All the runes done. Okay. Let me put the sockets first. Yeah, they always come with no sockets. Okay.
Beautiful and handy.
Oh, let's see if we got some. Oh, this is a very good one. We got anything? No 4GA, no 4GA yet.
Beautiful and handy.
There's a good one. More there than I thought. Some solid bits here. There's a good one. More there than I thought.
Okay, almost there. And eventually we'll need to get a bunch more maces.
There's a good one.
Because right now I have Selig here. Right? Eventually I want to get Selig somewhere else. And get the mace with Vehement or something like that.
More there than I thought. Some solid bits here.
Okay. 2 more. And we start slamming.
There's a good one.
Alright. All this and this time Starless League on the first try. I mean, I don't care. I mean, we still keep going, right? We still do it on all of them. Because we can get more mythics. If you get more mythics, we get more options, you know? That's the whole thing this season. The more you have, the better, because then that's why stash is an issue, right? Because like I have to save multiple versions of Sabre, multiple versions of mythics, right? Okay. Let's start this off then. Let's see. Nope. On the amulet, you don't even want the fire damage and stuff like that, because that does not get the... that does not get the 50%, right? It's basically only aspects that you want. And we're not getting a single aspect. God damn. Oh no. Oof. Okay, we're not starting that well. I did no. What? Nah. No. All my work for no. Okay, we got one. We got one. We got nothing. Do I save the fire damage? Wow. I got a couple more to go, but we only got one legendary. God damn. That was unfortunate, huh? Yo, card skill rank, Sitch. We got another fire damage. Again, fire. You don't really want fire damage. We got 3 fire damage. But like, you don't really want it here, because as you can see, it only goes up to 8, which is what you can get on other stuff, right? Well, we got more sparks.
Use it well.
30 sparks right there. Let's get the last of them. Okay, surely these ones will be all legendary, right? Okay, we got one at the very least. 2, 3. Okay, we are... Okay. Okay, we at least got a couple more. Come on. It should be a 1 in 5. It should be a 1 in 5. I should have gotten 10 of them and we only got 4. Oh, whoops. Wrong one. Yeah, there we go. We got 5 when you should have gotten 10. Hopefully we got lucky. Nope. Oh, we got Vehement. That's nice. Okay. And where is the last one? Nope. We got Vehement at the very least, which is nice. Let's see what else we got. If we got the 27 with strength, I might actually save it. Oh, this one is ooh, actually this one could potentially be good for some shenanigans. I'll save it for now. Mine is a 27, right? Yeah. Okay. Hey, the 3G8 survived. The 3D8 survived, I guess. Well, no luck, no luck. The Vehement is nice, I suppose. I'm gonna save this, because there's something funny you can do with this and Dust Devils. But yeah. We got unlucky in the amount of legendary powers we got. It should be a 1 in 5, I believe. We got like 5 of them in 50, which is a 1 in 10. But hey. Next time we'll get lucky, right? I got 50 sparks back, so we should have like 60 or something. Yeah, 62. So, once I can buy more runes, I can do a couple more gambles. For now... let me actually change the recovering from Gamba. From Gamba. Because that was definitely unfortunate. Okay. Let me update the titles. Okay. Well. Surely. Next Gamba we do. Next Gamba will get lucky. Surely. Copium.
Never been the sort for
Literally went back to the stash, and they are not even that great. I'm just saving them, right? This one is very decent. It's a Vehement. It's not the best roll, but it's very decent. And we got to keep the 3GA, even though we missed the most important one, but whatever. I'm saving this one because it's fire damage. I don't think it's better than this. But you know, it's fire damage. I'll keep it just in case. And this one is for some meme shenanigans. It's not that it's good, but you know. What's the other? I have a Salik saved up here. Which one? Oh, this one is with resource. It's a min roll resource as well. Because that's 19 after already being upgraded, right? So that's like a 15, most likely. Either 15 or 16. Like, you really don't want any of that, because stats don't get the 50% multiplier effect, right? While aspects do. So you really want to get an aspect, ideally starless, right, on your amulet. Okay, Okay, we got the boss in 50. Hey, what do I have to do here? We got a bunch of Belial. We do have a bunch of Belial. I also have some treasure breaches I need to do, okay? I don't know if they are worth running in the group anymore. Are they? Because, like... I guess if you really need Obdacite, they are decent to run in a group. But otherwise... Let me pull up my, my trade tab up here. I don't think I have the site loaded. Yeah, it's not loaded. We need to start selling some stuff to get our money back. Oh, I forgot to post some items I have here. I have a bunch of items here. I have even more Belials. Look at this. I bought a bunch of Belial mats, but then I was like, I might as well just buy runes to spend all of this gold. So I did that. The problem with buying runes is that you also need to have the sparks, right? To craft all the mythics. But yeah. We'll go back to the Belial gel at some point today. You know, at some point. By the way, I did create a different paladin and leveled some glyphs on it to play Lance. Because I really feel I can take it a bit, I can take it a bit farther. Testing some stuff with Lance here. We got the oil Lancer now. That way it's easier to swap between, you know, the builds. And doesn't take so much inventory space. Which is very nice. Let me put it down here, because this is my third character. There we go. Like, for reference, I normally only have one character per season. This season we already have 3. With the exception of the mules, but those don't count, right? How many mats do I have? I'm thinking right now I have a couple of really good legendaries that I've not yet sanctified. I'm thinking if I should sanctify them or not. The reason I have not sanctified them yet is because I'm not 100% sure. Because like, look at this, 2GA amazing. Another really 2 amazing 2GA, right? The reason I've not sanctified them yet is because I'm not 100% certain if this is the setup I want to go with or not. Like, I was thinking of potentially running Fists of Fate, right, and potentially just running cooldown on the 2-hander. I'm not 100% certain yet what I'm gonna do. Work done? What's up, Garden? How you doing? Work done. Time to stash improvements, yeah. Oh yeah, I need to equip this. This is definitely an upgrade. There you go. That's definitely an upgrade. Question is, do I wanna go do bosses now? I'm not 100% certain what we need to go do now. I guess Sabreth. I still don't have a mythic on my Sabreth. Ideally, I would love to see a Salig on the Sabre. Right? Or a Salig or a Grandfather. Right? Let's start by oh, treasure bridge. Oh, I have so many treasure bridges here. I really need to go and run this. We'll start with some bossing though. I don't think I have any XP ones saved up here, so let's craft a bunch. I also have a bunch of these things. I might just run a bunch of the Tributes of Ascendus today. Because I need to get through them. They are worth doing. Especially because you get a bunch of obols, right? Every like 4 or 5 runs, you get the full obols that I can spend on getting maces. Which I desperately need to get more of.
Vasily's ghost. I had that not finished, are you?
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
No fears, dear. We'll be up to the task.
You were the answer to my prayers.
Ah. What bosses do we have again? Okay, we got a couple Barshans and then just a bunch of Bloods. Let's start with Bloods. So we're looking for 2 items here. We're looking for Better Ramaladness to Sanctify. And we're looking for Pents, the Call of the Ancients for the speed farming. We got our first one. Is red fiber any good for Otta? No. Not for the builds that are playing with it right now. Because you really don't want to do a max cost kind of thing. It's not generally bad for Rota, it's just this season it's not the way to play it. There have been many seasons that it was the way, but just not this one. Ooh, very decent. Oh, another one.
the beginning.
Hello, has anyone played Hytale yet? It came out like yesterday or something, I believe. It's not like it was early access kind of thing. It's not fully developed yet. Because like that game has gone through so much. Like it was they were working on it, then I believe Riot Games bought it, and then they tried to do a bunch of stuff that didn't quite work out, which made the game take a lot longer to develop, and then they cancelled it because it was just not going anywhere. Then the original developer ended up being able to buy it back, and now it released. And basically from what I saw, he had to scrap most of what Riot had made and just kind of start from an earlier build or something like that. It was a game that a lot of people have been looking for, because it's like it's Minecraft in a way, but like they do a bunch of stuff differently, so like you kind of have that feeling, but it's a different thing. And I don't know what people have been. I've been like looking at a couple of videos, and they seem to have a lot of views, so people are at the very least interested in it. If it's good or not, I do not know, because there's also a game like Vintage, I think it's Vintage Story or something, that's also kind of a Minecraft-ish, but it's more kind of an hardcore version of Minecraft. At the moment I tell Cell it's good, no real issues, likes it, nice. Yeah, like I've been considering buying it. It just sucks that it's not on Steam right now. But, you know, understandably why it's not. They literally got the game a couple of months ago. Oh, we got another Selig. Nice. Another one for the scrapper. I might end up getting it. I might stream it as well. So, like I've been playing a bit of Minecraft this season, this Diablo season. After the first like 2 weeks, I picked up Minecraft a bit because you know, you always have to you always have like 1 year or two. Like you play Minecraft for like a month, then 1 year or two goes by, and you gotta play it again, right? You make a server, and then you play it again. Then after a month, everyone stops, and you know, 1 year or two later, you go back again, right? I've been trying to, like, normally I'm the type of player that just gets like diamond armor in the first, you know, in the first 15 minutes. And like in the next couple of hours, I'm already killing the dragon. Good thing I've never gotten into the speed farming kind of, not speed farming, the speed run kind of thing, where you just kill it with beds. But yeah, now I've been kind of trying to pace myself, not allow myself to go super ham on the power. I'm trying to focus more on the building kind of side. Because like I always want to do big projects, but then I never get around to do it because I just kind of finish the game in a way. So we'll see. We'll see if this is the time I actually get stuff done. Drop a warning if when you stream it and invite him there to comment. Yeah, I'll probably just say on the stream before I do it. I'll just say tomorrow we're taking a break from Diablo and we're playing Hytale or something like that. It's probably gonna be in the next couple of days, because I know there's an event that Woody and Cronus are making. I'm not 100% sure if I'm gonna mess around with it or not, but we'll see. I'll either do it, I think it's on the 23rd, so I'll either do it before that or most likely only after that. We'll see. I'll say something though. My music went away. Oof, a bunch of piece of fight. I'm good though. Lyle.
Did you truly think all of this would be that easy? You think you've won? This is just the beginning.
Ooh, another very good one. We're getting pants, which is it's just kind of a bonus of farming this. It's not what I want, right? I want the Ramaladness, but hey, we'll take what we can get, right? Another good one. Ideally, I want one with like higher damage values, right? But the cooldown is the most important thing. We're not getting a single Ramaladness, what the hell? We're looking for any 0.5, so we're saving all of them. 0.49 will save every single one that has like let's say 17 or more resource, right? So this one, if it was a 45, I'll save it, but it's not, so like, currently my Ramaladness is kind of a low roll. As you can see, it has a 19, but that's not actually max, right? That's 19 with the GA, with Masterwork, and the Masterwork hit on it, right? So that's like a 50% increase, so that's like a 12 roll or something like that, which is incredibly low. But it got the grandfather, so, you know, it is what it is. Okay. Ideally, I would also love it to have, like, Ramaladness is kind of the weapon I want to not have to worry about Mythic Sanctification the most, right? Simply because I would love to have a 0.5 with GA resource. Like, that's a lot of damage I'm losing there, not having that GA. So if I just can get that Grandfather Sanctification somewhere else, that would be amazing. Oh, I exploded Quakes a bit too early. I have it on Fist of Fight. That's not bad, to be fair. You can't use it for pushing, but I mean, you kinda can, to be fair.
This would be that
But it's not ideal, but you can.
You think you've won? This is just the beginning.
I still need to go update the pit pushing for the double Selig version of this. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play it or not. Like, this is more damage, don't get me wrong, this is more damage. That being said... Right, it is more damage. But like, that being said, it's oh, we're lagging. Oh. That being said, right, it's a bit worse gameplay-wise. And the damage you gain is not that big. How many more do we have? I'll reset this. I may or may not, right? I may or may not also have Minecraft open on my PC, right? So that's why I can't I can't look, right? I have Minecraft open here. I'm just letting my farm stick, right? So that's why it's lagging a bit earlier than usual. I'm just letting my farms do like my iron farm and stuff like that. I still need to build more farms. That's what I mean. Like I'm that kind of guy that goes mining, that makes farm and stuff like that. I'm trying to get good at building as well now. Or not necessarily get good at building, but doing it more often. Because like doing it more often, you'll eventually get good at it, right? Right now my problem is that I just make a basic house with no decoration whatsoever. I'm like, job done, get into the mines. I yearn for the mines, you know? Should I save this? I haven't been able to sell. I haven't been able to sell a lot of these lately. I'm just gonna drop them on the ground. Like, if any of you is playing beats auto build and you need a bunch of 100k steps, let me know, because I've been saving up a bunch of them. I cut you a deal because I really need to. I literally have a mule just for that unique. I just have so many of them. Because, like, I know they are worth something, but they sell super slow. Mental animals temperamental issue. Yeah. To be fair, the normal push setup is only like three or so pits behind. It's not that big of a deal, double Solig. Like for auto and stuff like that, it's insane. But for this build, it's not that big of a deal. Ooh, cooldown. Nice effect as well. we're getting more Ariat's bearing than anything else. It's actually kind of silly.
They were nothing. Did you truly think all of this would be that easy? You think you've won? This is just the beginning.
Honestly, like my goal is to do 120. I really only need to get Starless somewhere, and 120 is doable. If I get the perfect certifications, I think I can do a 125. Like if I get the certifications in all the places I want them to be, I think I can do a 125. Ooh, to J Rama, surely it's amazing. Not quite. Well, let's go. Oh, good. Wait, you can TP directly to the Tree of Whispers? Oh no. What? Weird. Happens when it happens. If not like the initial push, we'll have Edge Master Retribution. Yeah. By the way, Edge Master does not work on the Earthquake, sadly. So it's just it's just there looking pretty. It's one of the few things that when it says skills, it literally only applies to skills. need you to hurry up. Yeah. So tight, so tight. Not tonight. Yeah. Let's go sanctify the ones we have right now. There's better stats. Yeah, it to be like that. What does mine have? Mine has strength, which is very decent, honestly. But I've sanctified so many Starless at this point. Like, I was crafting Starless early on. Right now I'm just crafting Saligs. Because getting because that's the spot I want to get the Starless, right? Like, if I got the Starless on a Starless, that would have been amazing. That would be amazing, because then I could use it on my Paladin as well. But like, for this build, since I want it mostly on the Salig, I'm just crafting Saligs. They are cheaper to craft than, the runes for it are cheaper than the ones for Starless, which is very good, which is very cool as well. Can't speak. Yeah.
Some solid bits here. More there than I thought.
Ah. Only got one Ramaladness. Wow.
There's a good one. More there than I thought.
Yeah. Surely we'll get it on this Salig, right?
Return soon.
This Salig, the one we dropped, is the one that's gonna get Starless.
Brilliance.
This I can be. Alright. Let's see Big Gamba. Let's see. Salig! Nope. Not meant to be. Got nothing. Actually, I should check this, because if you get the fire damage, that would be amazing. Yeah. Unlucky.
It is done.
Sure, but... I guess I should sanctify my boots as well. Because I'm fairly certain that's not changing. I'm just a bit afraid of potentially breaking them, you know? But yeah, like, this is basically the best we can get. Let's go for max roll on movement speed though. By the way, when you, this season, when you're rolling stats on an item that's already master worked, you need to you need to remove the masterwork from the stat you want and then roll it. Because if you don't do this, you will not be able to get the max rolls. Because it's gonna be like the max is gonna be 25 with the increased already, and that's not the max you can get, right? So I don't know if this happens on all stats, but I know it happens on fury per second, for example. Fury per kill, I mean. Fury per second as well, though. So we're looking for a 25% roll on movement speed. Honestly, there's a point to be made that instead of movement speed on the boots, you could run fire damage, fire resist. But I'm not dying on pit unless I really try to. So why am I getting... Oh yeah, I don't need life for you. I was like, why am I getting life? $21, 23.5. We got a 24.5, I believe, back there. That's not a 25. And this is a very good pair of boots, so... Like, normally I would not go this hard, I would settle on 24 all day. But since this one is already so good, I wanted to make it the best it can be, you know? So I really want to get the 25. $23.5. 24 again. Okay, if we get 24 again, we settle for it. Because... Oh, I got 25. Nice. Oh yeah. And make sure I got everything else here on the boots. Warcry, Earthquake size GA. You got the max roll aspect. Yeah. Yeah. Damn. Oh, legendary power. Well. Nice, I guess. Well, at least it didn't break, because legendaries you can break them. Well, cool. It's not even... I can't use it here. This would be great for lunging, but lunging would not run... You would run the unique boots, right? Unlockers. The gloves and the ring I'm not gonna do yet, because those ones I really need to decide if I'm gonna be running Fists of Fate with, because like if I run Fists of Fate, I 100% need to get a cooldown on one of the two-handers. I just don't know to what degree it will be worth it, because like if I run Fists of Fate, the only things I'm really getting there is the 50.5% multiplier over a 30% here, right? Because that would move this aspect to the ring. And I'm losing strength. I'm losing, of course, the cooldown, but the cooldown we're making up for it with the sanctification on the weapon. I'm losing earthquake size, which is quite big, especially for clear. Even on bosses, it's quite good to actually make sure all the earthquakes hit the boss, right? But I'm losing a bit of additive and a good amount of strength for it. Because like the one on lucky hit does not really matter, because I don't really have a better third stat to have on my mace, right? Like I already have the two best, like it's a strength, double damage, and then lucky hit chance to get restore and vulnerable, right? So I really want to get vulnerable on the mace anyway. So the vulnerable, the Fist of Fate doesn't really give me anything. And I don't believe I get any major benefit from the increased lucky hit chance either. So yeah, I don't... I don't think it would be good. Right? Because then we're not only losing the strength and the damage, right? On the gloves, I would also be losing, for example, instead of having inner calm on the two-handed weapon for 26%, I would have it on a ring or something for 13%, right? So I'm losing 13% there. I'm then losing the 10% fire damage I would have on the ring. So at that point, I really don't feel like it's worth it, right? It is very close. It is very close for sure, and it would give me like bigger numbers, right? It would give me bigger thumbnail numbers, but I don't think it's actually better like DPS wise. Okay, how long do we have for the world boss? Is it close? Close enough. Do we have any? Let me actually. I don't think we'll be doing bosses for a bit. Let me swap to the speed farming setup. Let me make sure. Override. Equip. I changed so many items, actually kind of insane. I need to start sanctifying these things, huh? Because why the hell not? I can do one on a 120. I think for the speed farming setup, the only other mythic I want is Starless as well. With full sanctification, we might be able to get to a point that we can do 100 in 2 minutes. Like with full sanctification, speed farming setup, but that's not the priority for me right now. And like I changed so much gear that not a lot of gear is transferable, sadly. Like after I get the sanctifications for my barb, I'll get them for my paladin, right? Like we can't quite speed farm 90. Like I can clear 90 on average in 2 minutes easily, but that's not as fast as this build can go. This build can like at max speed, it can go down to an average of 1 minute 15 for clear. Does Whirling EQ push variant work well enough for farming? It works well enough. It is slower though, but... It's like you're almost movement speed capped on that build as well. You just don't have the TP and you don't have the Ancestrals. Because like, believe it or not, the Ancestrals, especially when you're one-shotting stuff, they add a lot of damage and clear, right? You can just leave like an enemy close to dead and they will jump on him, right? And kill it for you and you can just keep on moving. So it's very good when you're farming. Here it doesn't quite happen because I'm not one-shotting stuff, but for general T4 content. It's actually 7 minutes, okay. Fun. To complete, could be close call with world boss. Yeah. I'll need to think about what I'm gonna do in 1 year when they stop actually supporting Windows 10. Because I'm likely gonna buy the Steam machine, right? Whenever it comes out, I'm likely gonna buy one. Because it's a very good deal for, like, if it's under 1k, it's a very good deal for the price. I'll probably buy it, and that one will have the Steam OS, which is gonna be amazing. If Valve releases like the Steam OS for other computers, I'll probably just install that on my other PC. On this PC, I mean. Assuming I end up liking it on my on the Steam machine, which from what I've seen, it's a very good OS. Because, like, especially if you care about performance for your PC, Windows is becoming, like, such a bad option. Because they're just having so much bloat right now. Especially, like, it was already bad enough before, but now with the AI craze, they're just adding bloat on top of bloat on top of bloat. They're also very intrusive on your own machine. Like, they're also very, very intrusive on a personal computer. Like, right? Which I do not appreciate. Like my only issue with Linux is that... Ooh, we got the mythic, nice. Like my only big issue with Linux right now is that there's a lot of programs that I use and a bunch of games that don't run as well on Linux. Because, well, it's a smaller portion of the market and, you know, devs don't really optimize for it. But the SteamOS is already made with that in mind, right? For those that don't know, one of the projects that does a lot of like making sure games run well on Linux and stuff like that is supported by Valve. So they're already very deep into that, and like if the Steam machine actually becomes like industry standard, SteamOS by default will also become industry standard, which means a lot of companies will try to optimize games for that, not only for the Steam machine not only for the Steam machine hardware, but also for the OS. And at that point, you should no longer have those issues. Because, like, if it starts being like, I don't know, 5% of the market or something like that, at that point other programs will also start optimizing for it. And it's gonna be good. Blinked into the wall. Okay, we went to the world boss after this. A free spark, nice. It's not the bad amulet, but like, I don't care. Because I'm gonna run Selig for the most part. All of my legendary... all of the legendary Undercity things, I'm just gonna run them on the Paladin eventually. Because like, that's where getting amulets is more important to me. Oh, Avarice. Nice. Oh yeah, on this setup, we run out of fury on world bosses. I can't spin willy-nilly. Like, at least for me, like, worst case scenario, like, if I end up buying a Steam machine, right? And, you know, a couple of months in, the RAM prices go down, like, the AI bubble bursts and the prices come down, right? And it's feasible to build a computer. Having a secondary PC, since I stream a lot, it's actually very nice. Because like a Steam machine is better than the PC I have right now. The PC I have right now is very... I mean, it's not very outdated. It's only, you know, some years. But like that's a bunch. Like that's a bunch of like that's still a lot, even though it's just a couple of years. So worst case scenario, I just get a decent second PC for streaming. Like, if I end up messing a lot with, like, Blender and stuff like that, having more processing power is never wasted anyway.
We leave nothing standing.
Any good gear? Is this usable? No, I really need the I really need the GA cooldown, right? Yeah. It's sellable though, potentially. It is sellable. For sure.
You look like you've seen battle.
Walk with the spirits, wanderer.
These are all treasure breaches.
A certain power moves.
By the way, if anyone wants to run treasure breaches, I'll probably run a bunch later today. Just let me know. I'm not gonna use this on Rota. The mythic ones I'll always Rota, but this ones I don't feel like they're worth using Rota. So like, if any of you guys want to join later on to get some free treasure breaches. Oh, that's a bunch of amulets. Slash strike. Let me clean this up first.
Wasn't too hard.
What we get? Forgotten wisdom. Okay. Let's run a couple more of this. Yeah. I don't think there's any tribute that's actually worth running with those mythic ones. Because you can't really influence the mythics anyway. Like, you can potentially just run the offensive one to try and get more weapons, but like, they are not guaranteed to be GA even, right? So I don't know to what degree it is even worth it. Not getting passive amulets? The gem casts are a good way to get roll? Yes. He was talking about, I talked to him a bit about it. He was talking about that potentially they have better odds of having passives. I have not watched this video yet, so I don't know what the conclusion was. Like, if they had better odds or not. Because he was talking about that he was seeing more odds on the few he had crafted earlier. Before he did more for the video. So, I don't know what conclusion he got to there. Because like if they are better than like if they have better odds of having passives, Infernal Hordes might actually be worth running just because of the fragment, right? Oh yeah, by the way, they announced the, I don't know, for those that care about this, they announced the PoE 1 next season. It's likely going to be in the beginning of March, so like in a month and a half-ish. I believe that will conflict with the next season launch for Diablo as well, which hopefully they don't land on the hopefully there's like at least a week between them, because not only would I like to play both of them, I really enjoy PoE 1 as well, but I have guides to write for both of them. I was thinking of getting right now I only have one write for PoE 1, one guide for PoE 1. I was thinking of potentially making two others, like Wintertide Brand and a different version of Cyclone. Which I don't know if we're gonna keep the guide I have right now or would swap to that Cyclone. Like I was potentially gonna ask to be able to have those guides on. But if they like, I don't want to go and ask and they're like, oh, you're gonna do it, then good, okay, we're gonna reserve that one to you. And then I'm like, oh, well, they're launching on the same day, I cannot make guides for both of the games. And then I'm just kinda screwed, right? So hopefully they announce a date, an actual date, because like we kinda already have a date for D4, right? Not directly, but like we've always been able to use the armory, not the armory, the battle pass thing, right? What's it called? Like the reliquary, right? You can go to the reliquary, and there's a spot here that you can see how many days there are left. Yeah, 56 days to collect, so that would be right. What day is it today? So today is the 14th, right? We got 31 days on January. So 31 minus 14 would be 17, right? So that's 17 plus 28 for January. That's 45. So that means this season would land around the 11th or 12th of March, right? That's roughly when the next D4 season would be. And that's kind of where PoE is aiming to release the next season of PoE 1. Is Wednesday, then it's probably the 10th, right? I'm saying roughly, like it's if that's the, it's probably the 10th then, right? Because for example, I'm counting today as well, which probably it's not counted there on the reliquary, right? So then it's probably the 10th. Anyway, that's a rough estimation, right? It doesn't mean like just because the reliquaries end there does not necessarily mean that's when the next season is gonna come out, right? That's not the guarantee. I'll probably just like if I'll have to see. I'll have to talk with the I'll have to talk with Tuna about it. That's the PoE1 lead on Max Roll. You guys probably don't know him because he's from the PoE, never plays Diablo 4. But yeah, I'll have to talk with him and see. Like, I might be able to prep the general guide and then just do some updates. Because that's the thing with PoE1. Normally the builds don't change too much. There's like normally the builds that exist stay the same, with some like if the build is broken it's gonna change, right? But if it's not, like, because PoE just has so many stuff, right? If it's not broken they just kind of leave it and they just add new stuff. There's new builds and stuff like that, but like the old builds almost always, like if you already have a build that's good in a season, normally it will stay good the next season, or decent at the very least, right? It doesn't normally break a lot. So I might be able just to make a... I might be able to, like, during February, I might be able to work on the guides for that. Just in case Deform PoE1 launch on the same day. Like, I'm gonna be missing... I'm gonna miss, like, I'll play Diablo 4. If it's between one or the other, I'll play Diablo 4. But I'm gonna be missing PoE1 though, for sure. I really hate that they're doing this, like... I understand to a degree the like the overlap during the games awards. Like, I understand that one. To be fair, that one was mostly that one was mostly on PoE. Because they are the ones that released, like, it was supposed to be every 2 seasons you'd get, like, it would be like 2 months PoE1, 2 months PoE2, 2 months PoE1, right? But on that one, the PoE1 season barely had a month in, and they released PoE2 just to catch that wave. Like, I really wish they would try to avoid each other by like 2 months or so, right? Not 2 months, 2 weeks or so. So people that enjoy both games actually have time to play both games. I should be picking up these sabras, huh?
Been fighting hard?
But we'll see what they do.
Oh, I do. Where it? That's just too bad. Not bad. My. Now that is sure to catch some compliments.
Ooh, this is a very good one. Okay, we got the good mice. Oh, lag. Okay. Is the next, I actually don't know this. Is the next release gonna be... Is the next season release gonna be the... gonna be the expansion as well for D4? I can't remember if they confirmed that or not. I would assume so. But yeah, I don't know. I can't remember if they like confirmed that or if it was just people kind of guessing. Because I know a lot of people are expecting it to be, but I'm not sure if they confirmed that or not. Like, personally, with overlap, I'd rather it wasn't. Because, like, if it is a new expansion, I will have 0 time to play PoE1. Like, it is what it is. I don't much care for PvE2 for now, at the very least, so that's at least something.
You are flesh, bones broken.
Oh, I ran out of XP Shrine. It's not like these things I'm doing give a lot of XP, but you know. Might as well. Every XP helps to get the 300. Like, if I really want to, I think if I spend a whole day just killing, like, Gorevar, I will get 300. Like, if I really want to, I can do that. That being said, right? That's not fun. Directly into the dungeon. Sometimes it bugs though. Sometimes it doesn't actually open the dungeon. So if it's like if it's a mythic goblin or something like that, like a really rare sigil, you know, maybe don't do this. But generally it's fine. Oh yeah, I can just TP. Ooh, goblin. By the way, that's the reason I love running Call of the Ancients with Ariat's Bearing. For the speed farming. Like, wait, not only does it have better time than Rasta Berserker, right? You can do what I did back there. I just leave the Ancients behind and I keep moving, and the Ancients will clear all the stragglers that I'll leave behind, right? Which is very nice, especially for this kind of content. Right? I just pop them and I leave. If I don't instantly kill them with my own earthquakes, the Ancients will clean them up. Because they also spawn earthquakes and they get all the multipliers you have for your own earthquakes. I don't believe they are as strong as yours. Actually, they might be at this point. Oh no, it's only 2k. I think ours are like 4k or something. Actually, they changed it so much. I'm not 100% certain if they are. Let me actually... Um... Let me actually... Okay. So this is updated by IC Troll, by the way. So if we go here, dust doubles earthquakes. Oh, where's the tech run? Wait, what happened to the tech run? Oh, that's the Stebbles. I'm dumb. Okay, there we go. This is the tech run. So yeah, tech run is like it's like 4k damage with what we have. It's basically double the no, it's even more. So if this is 2k right now, earthquakes, the tech is roughly 8k right now. It's like 4 times more. Not quite 4 times, but close to it. Alright. Yeah, it's tech is quite good, see? But like that's still more than good enough damage to one-shot T4 stuff, right? Oh, I didn't look at the drops. Oops. I guess I'm just gonna have to pick up all of it. I guess I could just move out, then come back in. Oh, it's not far enough. Like, if you ever have any doubts about, like, what works and what does not work for Barb, you can always check that that resource made by Icy. You put a lot of work into this. Let me actually link this. It has a lot of information when it comes to Barb stuff. There you go. So if you ever wonder if something works a certain way, what can and what can't overpower and all of that stuff, right? You can just check that thing. And yeah, he normally keeps it fairly up to date. For example, I don't know if he has the Nazaken thing there. Like, normally only updates it when it's 100% guaranteed, like, to work that way. If it's a bug, like, and stuff like that, he might not put it there right away, because it could, like, if it's fixed, then it becomes misinformation, right? But normally has it quite up to date. Look at the dash. Come back to play this season? 100% for sure. Like, this season is the one that has the best retention on for Diablo 4. Like, people are loving this season. I'm playing it a lot. There's Paladin as well. I don't know if you missed that part, but like there's the Paladin class as well. With the if you buy the pre-purchase the expansion, the DLC. Barb is also basically the second strongest class right now, only behind Paladin. If it wasn't for Paladin, Barb would be the best class this season. Paladin is a thing, so it's the new class. Of course it has to be the strongest, right? But honestly, it's quite close. If it wasn't for a almost kind of broken build they have, which honestly, it got they accidentally nerfed it with a bug. It's currently bugged, so technically right now Barb is the strongest class, technically speaking. Any bleed build with Whirlwind? Not really. Pure Whirlwind right now is in an extremely bad spot. Like that's the reason I'm playing Earthquakes, right? Earthquakes are just way better than Pure Whirlwind. And Bleed is just in an even worse spot when it comes to Whirlwind at the very least. If you want to play Bleed, Flay is decent. It's not the best, but it's decently strong. But like, Whirlwind Bleed, nope. Not even worth talking about. Like, I for example, I normally always have a, like, just so you know how bad Pure Whirlwind is right now, I normally is always like on my guides, on my Whirlwind guide. I normally play with like, I normally have the build guide with the strongest set up with the Whirlwind playstyle, right? Because the Whirlwind guide is mostly the Whirlwind playstyle, as long as you're spinning around and killing stuff, right? I make the guide with that. Be it with Earthquakes, Dust Devils, Lucky Hits, as long as Whirlwind is your main skill, right? But I normally always have a pure Whirlwind variant, because I know a lot of people want to play it. This season, I just couldn't, in good faith, recommend one, because it's so incredibly behind the Earthquakes. Like, it's so weak, it's really reliant on mythics as well, which is not the hardest thing, but especially if you're starting off, getting those mythics can be rough. It's just not worth it, sadly. I saw Alta. Yeah, Alta is basically on every single build this season. Alta itself is our strongest build. When you get all the sanctifications, it's just our strongest build. Our strongest skill, right? And it's also an amazing support skill as well. Like I believe every single build, when it goes to like the push setup, right? Always runs Alta. Be it for damage on the Alta build itself, or be it for support, right? Because Alta, not like as two passives that are insanely strong. One of them, if you overpower with Alta, for the next 4 or 5 seconds you do 40% more damage, which is insane, right? You can easily get an overpower on there and just do it with Alta. And then another passive gives you up to 100% resource gen and 100% max resource. Which, as you can imagine, with Ramaladin is working for every single build now, it's incredibly strong. When the auto lunging, Alta, not by much. Like, early on, before you start getting sanctifications, lunging is better. And lunging is more versatile. Lunging is an amazing speed build as well. But once you start, like, getting all the sanctifications and stuff like that, Alta wins out over lunging. Not by much, but it does win out. By like just a couple of bits. Both of them are really strong builds. If you want to pit push, both of them are really strong. And then after that you got Leap Quake and Whirlwind Earthquake, which is what I'm playing right now. That are also very good farmers. And they can push decently high. Like this build, I'm gonna take it. I'm still missing the. I'm still missing a bunch of sanctifications, which would basically more than double my damage, which would give me 5 bits or so. And currently, I clear the 115 with like 3 minutes left, so I will be able to do a 120. So it's not the worst bit pushing, but it's not as good as Alta, right? Alta is on its way to do a 130. And I believe lunging has cleared the 126. Lunging cleared 126 with perfect sanctifications almost. So at most is only gonna get one extra tier. Auto kind of the same thing. It currently has a 129. I'm fairly certain they can do 130 though. Auto for sure can do 130. Lunging, I'm not sure if it can do a 127, but we'll see. Leap and Whirlwind Earthquakes. The Whirlwind Earthquakes, I'm certain it can do 120. I don't think we'll be able to reach 125 though. Leap Earthquakes, I don't think can go higher. Might be wrong, but I don't believe they can go higher. I need to actually talk with Snell about it, see what he's been doing with the Earthquake build. I believe he's not even gonna run Leap for pushing, I think. Yo, huh? Okay, I didn't... Like, the Earthquake was just to the side that it wasn't doing damage. Alright, dude. Ooh, what pants is that? God freaking damn it. Does any build run Temerities? Like, is anyone actually... like, does any build run Temerities? Should I be saving this to sell to people? Like, I don't know any build that actually ironically runs this. So I don't even know if I should save it or not to sell, you know? Spiritborn does? What build? Do they run it on that build that almost kills yourself to kind of protect you or something? I'll try to put this up for sale, I guess. Multiple druids and start front Termati? Really? Uh-huh. Return the class is garbage. I can't relate. I play Paladin and Barbarian. I'm tanky as fuck, boy. Yep. KW. The Kapaleka builds. Yeah, that was what I was assuming. Because you kill yourself quite easily if you're running double Solig on that build, right? And I guess the shield kind of protects you a bit. At least on Barb though, like the shield just kind of explodes. But those I guess Spiritborn as well, it scales with, it has like a Paragon node that scales with shields as well, right? So I guess that's damage for them.
Of the continent. Now that I do. Oh, such absolutely not bad. My. Now that is sure to get some compliments.
Alright, druids, to be fair, I've never played druid. I have no idea what... I literally have no clue what druid has. Like, I literally have no clue. I have never played druid. Other classes, I have an idea. Druid I've never played at all. I've never made a single druid. So I have zero clue what druids even run. The other classes, like, I kind of have a rough idea. They might have that, they might have this. Druid, I have absolutely no clue. Played Necro, so yeah. Necro I've only played Necro on the beta. I don't think I've played Necro outside the beta. Spiritborn, I played it when it came out. And Rogue I played on season 4 whenever we needed to level a rogue to get the... I didn't play it a lot, I just got the critical... I believe it was the critical strike damage, right, that we wanted from the rogue, the temper. I played it back then. And Sorks... I played it on beta, and I think I played Sorks a bit after that, on like... Season 5 maybe? I didn't play it a lot. I remember it was a season. I think it was when the ball lightning was strong, which I think it was season 5, right? Season 5 or season 6? I played it so I could farm uniques on it to try and sell to make gold. But then I never ended up fully leveling it, I don't believe. It was very fun for scratching the melee H during seasons where Barb is in the gutter. I don't know, dude. I've never felt that Barb was bad enough that I would never play it. Like, I've always been able to speed farm T4 on Barb, so... Like, even when not playing meta builds, right? I always play Whirlwind on Barb. And I'm always able to farm a T4 with Whirlwind, which sometimes it's not that great of a build. Season 5 Barb into the chat. Barb was not bad on Season 5, what? Like, the worst spot Barb was ever in was it last season? It was either last season or season 9. I think it was last season. I think that was the worst spot. Season 5 that was the best build. Yeah, but everyone was playing World in the Stables anyway. Right? No one, like no one cared about the pit that season. People are just playing Infernal Hordes. Like, no one cared about the pit that season. It was all about the Infernal Hordes that season. I shouldn't have TP'd out, whoops. Like, I really feel the worst spot Barb was in was last season when compared to other classes. Like, when compared to other classes, definitely last season I think it was the worst. And, and honestly, last season, I think it was one of the best seasons for Barbarian. Even though it was the worst class, you could play any build. Any build could clear 100 on Barb. Any build. Like, a lot of people just miss out on stuff like that because they want to play like the meta. They have the FOMO for playing meta, right? And they miss out on opportunities like that. Like, it was an amazing season to play Barb last season. It was amazing. Any build you could make it work last season. Like, core skills were actually decent. Like, last season was the first season in... I wanna say since the game came out. Okay, maybe not since the game came out, but like, at the very least is season 2. That Pure Whirlwind was actually a very good build. Like, it was a very good build. It was not the best, but I was you could get to 110. If you really hard push it with the pre-whirlwind, you could get 110 done. Right? And a lot of people missed out on that because you also had a really fun build, the shotgun build, the ones with the auto cast shouts, right? That was a really fun build for Barb, and a lot of people missed out on that because, well, Barb is the weakest class, even though it could speed farm 100 with multiple builds, right? A lot of people missed out on that because of FOMO. Which is actually kind of a... the FOMO actually made them miss out on stuff. The sake of pulverized, it tends to build up building one way or another since release. Madrid. Well, Barb kinda has the same problem right now. Like, earthquakes were the Barb meta for earthquakes were the Barb meta season 6, season 7, season 8. Right? Then season 9, lunging became our meta. It was the meta last season as well. And it's kind of the meta this season as well. And earthquakes are still very good. Earthquakes, I would argue, are the best meta for, like ever since season 6. Earthquakes are the best Barb meta for farming. Hands down, lunging is not as good as earthquakes for farming. Because earthquakes still have enough damage to one-shot everything, and they have much better clear, and you're faster because you don't have to, you know, go to where your enemy is at to kill them, right? You just spawn the earthquake and you move on.
Hello.
So it's still in a way kind of the meta barbarian for the last seasons. For pushing, yeah, no longer is it earthquakes, but they're still the general meta for Barb, I would argue. I mean, you have earthquakes on every single Barb build anyway, even if you're not, even if they are not the main source of your damage, because that earthquake aspect is so broken. Rise of Trash season 4. Hey, you get to play it now. I genuinely have no clue when it comes to Druids. I'm like, nope. No clue. Well. I do wish they were a bit more aggressive with balancing, because this might sound a bit counterintuitive, but like nerfing things hard and buffing things hard, even though things like there will be a decent gap between the best and the worst. It's actually much healthier than trying to balance everything perfectly. This is omega counterintuitive. But if you want to see an example of this, look at League of Legends. I know League of Legends, you know it is. But like, the game is popular. The game has been popular for 10 plus years. As a competitive game even. And one thing that you can notice there is that they do every 2 weeks or so, they do big balance patches, and they nerf some champions really hard, they buff other champions really hard, right? And the meta is constantly changing, and that's kind of what keeps people hooked, right? Of course, you can't balance like that in Diablo 4, right? On an RPG game, you can only do realistically, you can only do balances, especially nerfs, every new season, but there's no reason you can't do a bit more aggressive nerfs and buffs every new season. I think the issue is that they are afraid to screw up and then leave a class with no strong build or buff something way too much. I think that's what's going on. They're not super confident. Because right now, like for example, even with what I said, I think right now, for example on Barb, we have way too big of a gaps, right? The gaps I'm talking about is 10 pits difference, at most 20. And right now, on Barb, you have way bigger gaps than that. Like on Barb, you have at the very least, like a gap of 40 pits, if not 50, between the best build, Ota, and the worst build, which is, I don't know, Rand maybe. Right? Which is way too much. Like, just so you understand, the difference... Let me actually pull up a calculator here, so I'm not saying something stupid. Like, for example, the difference between five levels a pit is 3 times the damage. Right? It's 3 times the damage. The difference between... you know, doing 5 extra pit tiers. It's 2.8, I believe, or something like that. The difference between 10 pit tiers, I believe it goes... Let me actually calculate this. 10 pit tiers is 8 times more damage. Right? 50 pit tiers... 50 pit tiers, right? 50 pit tiers is 31,279 times more damage. Right? It means Ota is doing 31 times 31,000 times more damage than the lowest build. That's not necessarily the gap I was suggesting earlier, right? So, to some degree, I understand why they're a bit careful, because they clearly had some issues with this. So they're a bit more conservative with what they do to make sure they don't make it even worse. Granted, it's likely not 31, because I'm considering 100 plus pit tiers, because the scaling below 100 pit tiers, it's actually smaller than when you get to 100. When you get to 100, it's like every extra pit tier scales harder than it scaled before, right? It scales the same every pit tier. After 100, they all scale the same, but they have a higher scaling than below 100. So it's probably not 31,000, but it's still a big number. It's still in the thousands number, and that should never happen. Like ideally I would say that you want all the skills to have a build that can do, like, that is at least in the like 20 pit range from the best build, somewhere there, and then you can just balance them up and down every season, right? To, you know, swap the meta a bit around, so people like are not forced to always play, and they can play different builds every single season if they're the type of, like, there's people like me that will basically always play the same build with different flavor here and there, right? I'll play Earthquakes, I'll play the doubles, or as long as I'm playing with Whirlwind, I don't really care much. But for people that enjoy the class as a whole and like all to play all the skills and stuff like that, it's it's really important to not fatigue them with that, because the reason they like if they're the type of person that like to play all the skills, being forced in a way to play only one skill for three seasons straight can really fatigue them. Like for me, as long as I'm playing Whirlwind, I will never get fatigued, but that's me, right? Most people, okay, maybe not most people, but a lot of people are not like that, right? A lot of people don't have a, potentially they have a, I don't know. they're not spicy in the brain and only play one skill. They choose one skill and only play that one, right? Well, most people like to play a bunch of different builds. They might have a class they prefer, but they like to play a bunch of different builds in that class. And currently with at least on Barb, and I think this happens with a lot of the classes like you guys are talking about, right? It doesn't really... it's not really conductive to them having a good experience with the current system we have. And honestly, I hope the skill tree work makes double swing relevant again. Is my favorite build. Yeah, I mean, honestly, currently, I feel like every single core skill, with the exception of Auto, is just kind of left in the... like, all of them had been left in the trash for a bit. Auto was kind of decent as a supportive skill for a while, and now it's just insanely good. Even after double sleek goes away, because like the reason Auto is very decent right now is because Auto can use Ramaladness. Straight up, that's the biggest reason why Auto is good. Because since it can use Ramaladness now, which it couldn't before, right? Because Auto could never dual wield. It now has double scaling with Fury from its own passive and from Rolandis, right? That's the reason Auto is kinda good, and it's gonna be worse than lunging next season. It's gonna be worse than lunging without double Selig. That being said, it's still gonna be very good next season, assuming they don't revert the Ramaladness. Which honestly, I'd rather they fix the core skill issue and revert Ramaladness, because there's no reason to run dual wield right now. Even slashing weapons, there's basically no reason to run them. Right? You basically, if you go look at all the barbarian builds, their main weapon, even if they are weapon swapping, their main skill always uses two-handed mace. Unless it literally can't. Like if it's a skill that can't use two-handed maces, right? It is what it is. But all the skills that can, use it. And that to me is a bit of an issue, because the whole thing with Barb, honestly, I hope that we see some rework to the expertise. Because currently we don't even have 100 flays here, which, you know, we now can use on Barb, but we don't have it here. And honestly, this expertise thing, it's not as fun as other class mechanics. You always just default to one or another. For example, right now, you basically have three choices, realistically only two of them, because you will either be using a polearm or a two-handed sword or a two-handed mace, right? So for max damage, you run one or the other. And then if you're missing crit, you run two-handed axe expertise, right? Sword, you might run for bleeding, but it's one of those things that you rather use your sword as your main weapon, which you will likely do. Because if you're playing bleed, you likely have to use the two-handed, you likely have to use your slashing weapon anyway. And then you use one of the other two expertise, right?
look
Like,
like you've seen
you never, like, you literally never consider this expertise up here, right? At all. It's just not that good of a system. Weapon swapping has a bunch of bugs. Every new season they introduce the new power. It ends up being bugged with weapon swapping. For example, there's still a bunch of runes that are bugged with, for example, money. Money is bugged with weapon swapping. Right? If you use a mobility skill, then you weapon swap, you'll have to build it up twice for it to work again. Right? I don't know why, but it's bugged that way. There's a bunch of other things that are just kind of bugged with weapon swapping. I think there's something currently on BitDropper's build as well that it's bugged with weapon swapping.
Stick to the trees and keep safe.
Like, I'm really hoping we get some rework there to that thing.
I do. You won't find. That's just to wear it.
Bleed is damage is suffering. Yeah, because
And you alone, Wanderer.
honestly, until they fix the key passive, right? Until they fix this key passive, guessing wounds, I really don't want bleed to be a thing until they fix this. Because like, gushing wounds, you see the critical strike damage bonus there, right? Why gushing wounds was a problem before was because that critical strike damage was a multiplier. Which in itself was not the problem. In itself, the crit damage being converted into a multiplier was not the problem. Right? That itself was not the problem. The problem was that most skills... Like, a lot of people get this confused because, honestly, I don't know why they do this. But when you go to your offensive stats, you can see that I have 2,209 critical strike damage, right? That's insane. How the hell am I getting this much additive? You know, well, I have crit damage here. I have a bit of more crit damage here, so what? We got, what? Let's call it 200 here. It's a bit less, but you know. Oh, I got there another, let's call it 250 here, right? Okay, 50 more, 300. Okay. I don't really have much more critical strike damage. Let's go look at our Paragon, right? Let's go look at our Paragon. Where do we have a critical strike damage here? Okay, we got some more crit damage. Let's call that 100 altogether, right? So we are at what? 400 crit damage. Very good, right? Very good. 400 crit damage. Do we have crit damage anywhere else? I don't believe we do. Maybe there's some other crit damage node that I'm missing. Oh, we have more crit damage here. Let's call this, what? Basically 200 here. So we are at 600 critical strike damage. Very good. And yeah, that's about it. So how the hell do I have 7.2k? Right? How does that work? Well, as you can see, I actually have 715.7. I must have missed some additives somewhere. Right? That's the actual crit damage I have. That number down there. What happens on the stat sheet is that, by the way, we miss the music stopped. Give me a second. Let me get the music back. What happens here in the stat sheet is that how this is calculated is they pick up your crit damage, your actual crit damage, which is 757. Then, for example, let's talk about the base crit, which is 50. The base multiplier for crit, right? They add that to that value, making it 800. Then they multiply that by 1.5 because that's the multiplier for crit. And they do the same exact thing for example, Grandfather. You had 100 and you multiply by 2 because it's a 100%, right? Then I have another Grandfather, so that happens again. Then I have Heavy-Handed, which is 6% multiplier per point, right? So that happens again. And that's how you end up with basically 10 times more critical strike damage than I actually have. The thing with Gushing Wounds is that it doesn't pick up that. Most skills use the 757 multiplier, right? Gushing Wounds doesn't. Or at least it didn't. I don't think they fixed that yet, as far as I know. But if they have, I don't think they have, but they might. I don't know. People are not playing. It's way too weak right now. Even if it's working, it's way too weak still. Bleed is just bad. Because they also capped the vulnerable Paragon node. But anyway, not getting away from this. What was happening, and I believe it's still happening, is that Gushing Wounds, instead of actually picking up the 757, like everything else does, it comes here and picks this 7.2k number. And that was why you're just getting an insane amount of damage, and that's why still to this day a lot of people that played Barb in Season 4 and Seasons 5 when it was the bleed thing, still get this wrong about Grandfather. They think Grandfather actually increases their critical strike damage, and instead of just doubling your damage when you crit, which is what it actually does, right? Grandfather just basically gives you a 100% multiplier whenever you critical strike. Okay, it doubles your damage when you critical strike. Which is what the Grandfather actually does, except for bleed. For Gushing Wounds, I mean. Which it does a weird thing here. And yeah, that's... Until they fix this, bleed will always be somewhat of a problem because... And they just need to fix this thing. There's no reason to show your damage like this. Like this just leads to confusion. This happens with other stuff. Like, for example, another one that's quite easy to see. Look at this. All damage. Bonus to all damage. I'm actually not sure what is multiplying here. If I'm not mistaken, the bonus to all damage gets multiplied by like general multipliers that you have. I'm not 100% certain. For example, Vulnerable. Vulnerable gets the 20% here and some other sources that you have a multiplier to vulnerable damage, right? Like, for example, your 200 Hex Expertise, right? Something like that. Things that you have on the tree as well, for example. We have a couple, I believe we have 1 or 2 glyphs that increases our damage. For example, here, this one, right? I do 7% more damage to vulnerable enemies. That's also there. This 7% is also there because it's a multiplier to vulnerable damage. Things like that, this come into the stat sheet. If instead of actually showing the actual number, which is 108. That's the actual vulnerable damage I have, 108. But for some reason it does this convoluted thing, which just leads people to confusion, like look at this overpowered damage as well, right? Instead of giving me the 355, it's 355 times 1.5, which is what gives me the 582 there, right? I don't know why it's done like this, but yeah. Okay, runt over. I don't know, this thing really ticks me off that it's done this way. It not only leads people to confusion, the fact that Gushing Wounds for some ungodly reason works like that. It's the only thing that I know that works like that. On Barb, I can guarantee it's the only thing. Outside the Barb, I've never heard of this happening. Unless it was specifically stated in some way, but I don't think I've ever heard of it. Like, I don't know, it's so mega weird that it does work that way. Weapon stopping resets a lot of things, like the resets the 4 seconds timer on Nazakim, also resets 5 skills of the Sea Rune. Yes, exactly. Oh yeah, this all started with weapon swapping, dude. I just went on a serious tangent there. I'm trying to not open the eyes. Yeah, weapon swapping is also... It has multiple bugs. It had some bugs last season as well. I didn't end up making a build with it. But for example, last season with the the rune that made the auto cast work. Right? Basically, it cast your what it did, it didn't grant the buffs all the time to you. It just cast your shouts every 1.5 seconds. What you could do though is you could weapon swap to reset it. For example, that was a bug that was actually one of the few weapon swap bugs that was actually beneficial. It would actually cast the shouts much faster, much faster. I was trying to make a build with using that, but I never ended up doing because meh, it was just not fun to play. But it increased your damage a good amount. But most of the bugs with weapon swapping actually just make your build worse. They limit the runes you can use, they just make you lose damage. Wait, can I? Okay, whatever. The weapon swapping stuff, I don't feel like they're gonna fix. The one thing I do hope they do, give me a second. The one thing I do hope they do is that they make it so stuff like ground stomp and such can give me a second. Was just FK. I have to answer the DM here. Yeah, the one thing I do hope they do is that they make ground stomp and skills like that actually be able to weapon swap. Because right now you can't assign like shouts and stuff, and like for example shout, siren skin, and you know skills like that. I understand if you can't assign a weapon to it, but for example you can't assign a weapon to kick, you can't assign a weapon to ground stomp. I don't believe you can assign a weapon to steel grasp either, right? Which makes weapon swapping harder. And like there's no reason, like again, shout, siren skin and stuff like that, it makes sense because it's not an attack, right? It's a defensive buff or a damage buff, right? That makes sense. The same way it makes sense that, for example, Call of the Ancients and Wrath of the Berserker does not use a weapon, right? That makes sense. What does not make sense is those other skills, right? And honestly, Iron Maelstrom should count as... I don't believe it counts as weapon swapping currently, even though it swaps between all your weapons. Because that would actually make it very interesting. Because, for example, let's say you could cast the first... You could cast the first Iron Maelstrom, which would use the two-handed bludgeoning, and then the next cast is gonna use two-handed slashing, but you don't need to cast it right away. So what you do is that you'd cast two-handed bludgeoning, cast your skill with dual wield, that would do a weapon swap, then cast Iron Maelstrom again, which would swap to the two-handed slashing, then you'd cast a skill with two-handed bludgeoning, which would do a weapon swap again, then you'd cast the third part of Iron Maelstrom with dual wield, which would do weapon swap again, and then before you cast your next cast of Iron Maelstrom, assuming you have 100% uptime on Iron Maelstrom with cooldown, you'd cast a 200 slashing weapon, which should do a weapon swap again, and then when you cast Iron Maelstrom again, it would start with a 200 bludgeoning, doing a weapon swap again, right? That would be like an incredible playstyle if it worked that way. It doesn't currently do that. That would be incredible. Assuming all the other weapon swap stuff actually worked properly, you know? But assuming that would work properly, that would be amazing. Those skills should have a pugilist weapon tag mech. Something like that, sure, but like... I guess there's no reason barbs cannot just pull up and show you the real guns, you know? Just punch you down. There's no reason, right? They're barbarians. It's kind of in their nature kind of deal. Found out I got randomly widely banned from a community I've been following for 2 years. What? He probably got caught in a ban wave or something. They probably mistaken you by a bot or something. Like, do they not have like any appeal thing kind of deal? And it depends on the side. If it's like a big streamer, it could be just a mod that did something wrong. I mean, if it's a smaller one that kind of does their own thing, then it's, I mean, rip. I don't know. It's just... You did something that they didn't really like for some reason or another? I don't know. But if it's like a bigger streamer that has like mods and stuff like that, it could still be a mistake. Because like big streamers, like they kind of have to do purges sometimes. And that's done by the mods, right? They don't know as much stuff as the streamer does sometimes. And whenever they ban on you on one platform, they just ban you, you know, wide. So you can't come back, assuming it's a bot. Or at least you can't come back as easily, because if it's a bot, they will come back eventually. Something wrong somehow, just don't know what. Backsitting. I mean, then maybe, yeah. I find that weird. I don't think that someone would like go out of their way to ban you on Discord and all of that, assuming that's what you mean by wipe thing, just because you backsitted. But you know, I don't know. Some people are a bit too aggressive. Whenever you tick them off, even if it's a small thing, they just kind of block you everywhere. So I don't know. I mean, sometimes some peoples don't really know how to what do you call I'm forgetting the term in English. What's the term? It's... I'm forgetting the term. It's like... I can't... I don't know how to explain the term either. Fuck. What is the term? Boundaries. Yes, boundaries. That's the word I was... some people don't really know how to properly set boundaries, and it's like either 0 or 100 with them. And some people are just like that, and like... Since they don't know how to, like, they just either don't know or like it's too hard for them to kind of do that. They just, like, if they have an issue, they just put up a wall and they're done, right? Because that avoids conflict, and a lot of people are conflict averse. Sometimes, like, it's normal to be conflict averse. Like, normally you kind of want to avoid the issues, but some people are really like, if there's a small hint of conflict, they're just wall. It's not the boundary, it's a wall, and like, it is what it is. Because like Vanny on the stream, like, would be a normal response. Going after that, making sure you're banned everywhere else, unless it was something, unless you're lying to me and you did something really bad. Maybe you're lying to me. Kidding. But like, unless you did something really horrible, it's really weird to just make sure you're banned across all platforms. Because that's the kind of thing you do when, I don't know, you're dating someone, they cheat on you, and you're like, fuck off, I don't want to talk to you ever again, something like that, right? Like, get out of my life kind of deal. It's not normally something you do because, oh, they broke a rule. That it's not even something bad, right? No backseating, right? That's not something you normally do to something small like that. At least I don't think that's normal, but you know. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Bubble. Honestly, I'm not even sure if the gobbles give you an extra mythic. Like, it's really hard to test because mythics are not guaranteed to drop, right? And whenever you run this, you only have like a, I don't know, 1 in 20 for a goblin to spawn or something like that. So it's not something you can test often.
That's right.
Ooh, we got a mythic here.
Fancy a tasty morsel.
Matron. Honestly, I probably should not even bother looking through the elixirs, because I could just craft a bunch of them, right? I could just easily craft a bunch of them. Okay, one more. Ooh, it's a shroud. Nice. We can send that to our paladin. One of our paladins. Which one though? Oh, I misclicked. Which one? No JL stats. Oh, I need to go get the next shrine actually. I low-key might just buy Pure Bed before good. I honestly enjoy both games. I don't think I enjoy PoE 1. PoE 2 I don't enjoy so much right now. I feel like the game has a lot of potential. They are just not hitting that potential right now. PoE 1 I enjoy quite a lot though. That being said, from what I can tell from the data, from like Steam data, PoE retention was not that great. Whereas Diablo 4 retention is the best it has been, except from when the game came out, I think, which is quite good. You know. Just because the game is going over a couple of rough patches, you know. Yeah. What else to play? The base game of PoE 1 is very enjoyable to me. PoE 2, not so much. At least for now. I really don't like. I have some issues with the PoE 2. I have some issues with the maps. I don't feel like they are properly designed. Like there's like it just gets stuck so often. There's a lot of issues like that. Then I'm not a fan of the end game either. Like I think the concept they have can work, but it needs a lot of more work for it to actually be able to work, you know? And currently they do not have what it needs to have to actually work.
Truth be told, I've never been the sort for...
It is done.
Well, this is a good sword. To save you, everything else is into the trash. Yep.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Dude, I need some better Forgotten Wisdom glyph sigils, I mean.
Sublime.
Okay, that's a good one. Nope. I think Fire Cliffs is actually a decent dungeon, but I've is decent. Let me actually pick this one up. Might be wrong, but we'll... I mean, worst case scenario, we just take a bit longer to get the XP thing. Oh yeah, another game I haven't heard from in a while is Last Epoch. Last Epoch had such a strong release, but it was not able to hold on to people, huh? I barely hear about Last Epoch. I think Last Epoch also kinda suffered from a bit what the PoE 2 is suffering right now, which is the end game. But what I think actually made it not be... I don't know how to explain this, but like when I was making builds for that game, builds for myself, right? I was playing it. I just felt that a lot of times things were intentionally done in a way to prevent you from doing a lot of stuff. I don't know if, like, I don't know how else to explain this, but it just felt that like they were purposely getting in the way of you doing certain stuff. Oh, we got the... Hey, we can eventually go do this again. Yeah. That's what it felt to me. I don't know if that was actually intentional or just noticing something that was actually not there, but that was one of the reasons I didn't play the game much, because I just felt kind of constricted to certain play styles. Even though, because like, you kind of have that on Diablo 4, but like on Diablo 4, that's kind of by, I want to say design, that's not the right word. But like when you look at the tree and you look at the Paragon board and you look at the aspects and stuff like that, you kind of expect that from Diablo 4. You're already kind of expecting it, right? But like with Last Epoch, since it's a bit more complex, I guess it's the illusion of choice that kind of ruins it for me, because like I look at it, I feel like, oh, there's so much potential here, but then it ends up not really that potential, that choice doesn't actually exist. I think that's it. I think that's it actually. It's that you kind of feel like a bit lied to, even though you weren't, right? But you kind of feel like a bit deceived, because when you look at it, you feel like, oh, this looks so good. Oh, this and this things together would like be so awesome to try out, and then they purposely made it to not work. Wait, can I get back? I don't know. Can I get back if I do it in time? Well, we'll find out together. Oh no, you can't. Oh, good to know. Well, now I left, so it is what it is. I think you can do if you're in a group, right? Just not solo. I forgot to spend obols.
It's this where it now stars above. What is that? Don't be gone long now.
You look like you've seen battle.
Oh, yeah. Last Epoch is in what? Season 4? Season 5? I think it's somewhere like that, right? Did I try to push pit or tower build yet? With the pit pushing, with double Selig, yes. I'm still missing Starless. I was missing Vehement as well at that point. I still don't have all my sanctifications, but I cleared pit 115 in 12 minutes. while still missing Starless and Vehement at the time, and a couple more multipliers, but small ones, like 10% fire damage, right? I'm still missing that in a lot of pieces. And for Tower, I did with the same setup, missing the same things. I did 110 in 7 minutes. Like pit-wise, I'm fairly certain we can do pit 120 once I get all the sanctifications. Tower, it's a bit hard to say because I'm not sure if I'm doing the... Because I feel like with this build, since we don't necessarily have a lot of single target damage, I really need to avoid the elites more than I'm doing. But 115 for sure. Maybe I can match 120 on the tower as well, but I'm not 100% certain. Honestly, I personally don't care too much about the tower. I feel like the tower is super underwhelming right now. Honestly, if I'm gonna be honest, I feel like the tower, at least for the time being, is gonna be a net negative for the game. Because the tower doesn't really bring anything that positive to the game. And it actually, the thing that it does is that I feel it actually justifies FOMO. Like, people already have a non-justified amount of FOMO if they're not playing the best build, even though they don't need to, right? But now you kind of have to, in a way, because of tower, right? Because even if, let's say, even if I have the best Whirlwind build, it doesn't matter if Whirlwind is not the meta, right? If Whirlwind is not the meta, I'm not gonna get close to the top ranks, ever. So it actually justifies FOMO now. Because, for example, when I'm competing for the... on the pit leaderboards in the Helltide site, I can go there, and yes, there's a bunch of auto clears, and I will not compete with those, but I can filter by skill, and I can be like, oh, I'm actually the top clear for Whirlwind. That's cool, right? I can filter by that, right? I can't compete with everyone, but I can compete with other people that are playing the same thing I am. On the pit, on the tower, you don't have that option. There's no filters whatsoever. Like, I know you can't make a filter for builds, because you just can't know what build someone is playing, because builds vary a lot. But you can filter by skill, and filtering by skill already clears a lot. Because if I can filter by Whirlwind, I can go and check other Whirlwind builds, right? And at that point, I can be, oh, this person is actually also playing Whirlwind Earthquakes and is doing slightly better than me. Let me see what this guy is doing, right? But currently, you can't really do that. Was not expecting it to give you nothing but the score. I was expecting that. Again, if they actually make Tower give rewards per rank, that is a stupid ass mistake. Again, for the same reason I was just talking about, the FOMO. Because right now, the FOMO, it will just be a shiny rank. It still gives reason to FOMO, to only play the meta build, but at least it's only a shiny rank. If they actually give you things that increase your power as rewards, then they completely messed up. Because then it's not just like, oh, I have FOMO for the shiny thing. I have FOMO to get loot. And that's just a mistake they cannot make. Like, I wouldn't have a problem if they just make the tower drop loot like you drop on the pit, right? That's fine. Just for clearing it, you got loot, whatever, fine. That's completely fine. But if the loot is tied to your rank, that would be a massive problem. Because Diablo already has some issues balancing, let's say. Let's say some issues. That some is carrying a lot of weight there. If you actually have a mode that brings those issues to light, like that, people are not gonna be fun of that. Like the idea of more group dynamic play, support specs, etc. Yeah, that part is nice. But you also had that on pits. Honestly, this might be a bit controversial, but I don't think they should have leaderboards in the game at all. I really don't think so. They don't really serve a purpose. Like, the reason they work in D3, right? The reason they work in D3 is because sets. Right? That's the reason they work in D3, it's because sets exist. You are either playing sets, or you are either playing with the thing that scales your damage the more ancient items you have, right? You're either playing that or you're playing set, and you can make leaderboards for that, right? You can make, because you don't play any build outside of that. Either you're playing that, either you're playing the all ancients, or you're playing a set build. And that's why leaderboards work there, because everyone kinda has to play with the same base. And then, you know, and then they can kind of do a small optimizations here and there, but the base is the same for everyone. Diablo 4 does not have that. The base is completely different for everyone. Right? Completely different. Like, for example, I can be playing with Whirlwind, and you don't know if I'm playing Earthquakes, you don't know if I'm playing Dust Devils, you don't know if I'm playing Pure Whirlwind, or Lucky Hit, or even something else in the future, right? You just don't know. Right? So you can't do that by skills, which is what I was talking earlier, right? You can't do rankings by skills, because like if you actually do, you know, if you make a rank per skill, what people will do is, for example, I'm playing Alta. I'm just gonna swap some random skill that doesn't really give me, that only gives me a pit level. I'm gonna put Whirlwind there, and now I'm the top leaderboard for Whirlwind, even though Whirlwind is doing nothing for me. And all my damage is coming from the Alta. Whirlwind is not even being used for any sort of utility, right? You can't do it by skill. And we don't really have any other way, any other metric you could, like, skill is the best you can go, skill is the best you can do, and it's an awful way to group builds in D4 already. We don't have a good way to group builds. Build can be the highest bit. Yeah, that's the issue, right? That's what I mean, right? Because in D3 you don't have that FOMO, because if you're playing, I don't know, if you're playing Blessed Hammer Paladin, you're only competing against other Blessed Hammer Paladins. Like, you have a ranking just for that. If you want, you can check that. Yes, you can see the overall ranking, and some seasons Blessed Hammer is gonna be better, some seasons it's not, right? Some seasons Shield Throw is gonna be better, right? It doesn't matter. You have a rank that you can see if you're the best Blessed Hammer Paladin, because that's what the tier that's what the I was gonna say tier list, I'm forgetting the name, right? But whatever. That's what those are for, right? Is for you to compete against other people. But in D3 you can compete with any build you want, right? In D4 you can't. In D4 you can only compete with the strongest build. Back at the delightful pizza, nice. I actually got a very nice pizza the other day as well from Domino's. Honestly, Domino's over here, I know in some countries they kinda are hit and miss. In Portugal, every time I had Domino's, they're almost always really good. Yeah, that's the biggest issue though. With the leaderboards. Right now, I don't think the D4 that exists today would benefit from leaderboards at all. I really don't think so. I really fear that leaderboards are just gonna do more harm than good. People are actually gonna be justified. Worst if they make it give you like loot rewards per rank. That would be the biggest mistake they could make. While it's still only like the cosmetic rewards are already bad enough, I would argue. But whatever, they are just cosmetic. But yeah, like, it's just gonna justify the FOMO. People already have an insane amount of FOMO for no reason whatsoever. Like, currently, there's no reason for you to have FOMO on D4, unless it's a build that you can only play that season. That's kind of the only FOMO that exists, and I honestly find that FOMO kind of fine, right? Because, like, for example, last season, the Barbarian build, the auto shout, right? The shotgun builds, you could only play last season, and I found that fun, right? It was a good kind of, I don't want to say good, but you know, it was a decent, like, it was not the bad form of FOMO. Oh, did I miss the world boss? I totally did, didn't I? Whoops, I was yapping, I missed the world boss, it is what it is. But yeah, the FOMO tower is gonna bring, I don't really think, I think it's gonna influence D4 in a bad way. Because now people can actually, because like before, if you asked, why do you care about playing the strongest build? Just play what build you like. People couldn't point at anything and say, oh, I need to play, unless you're a pit pusher, unless you're, which is like 0.000.1 or even less than that percent of the D4 player base, right? That actually push for that top spot. It's even lower than that. It's like, it's a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction, right? You literally have no reason to play meta. If a build can farm T4, which a lot of builds can, there's no reason to play meta at all. Now, people actually can point at the tower and say, yes, I need to play meta or else I cannot get that shiny thing I want. Right? For me, it's not even about the balancing or how the playstyle is, you know? Like, there's some stuff I think they need to fix there. But the biggest issue, I think it's gonna be the FOMO it's gonna make. That's gonna be the biggest issue that I don't think they can ever fix. Tower is gonna give you titles. That's supposed to be the... It's not doing that right now, I don't believe. But eventually the whole thing is that it's gonna give you like titles or whatever. I don't know if it's titles or if it's like the... Like this thing, these wings around your name, right? It's something like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Titles, I'm not a fan of, but I don't mind too much. It's whatever. Again, it does give some reason to FOMO. Ideally, I would rather if it wasn't like that. I don't think they should ever... I don't think they should give people a reason to I don't think they should ever justify FOMO. Or better yet, I don't think they should introduce anything that justifies FOMO. At least not how D4 currently is. Mm. Oh, it's not tied to the earthquakes, really. Oh well. Oh, it did complete like a year later somehow. Oh yeah, by the way, like, an analogy that just came to my head here is, for example, when you're talking about running, you have a bunch of different running competitions, right? You have the sprint, you have the 1000 meters, you have marathons, half marathons, all of that, right? Especially, for example, the sprint and the 1000 meters and the marathon, those three, they test very different forms of running, right? And you have more. I'm just simplifying it, right? Those three test very different forms of running. But you can't do that on the tower, right? On the tower there's one form, and that's the only one that gets tested, which is the meta build. Right? And that's kind of the I think that's a good analogy. There, just came to my head. I think that's the best analogy I can give there. It just occurred to me, so I thought I'll just say it. Oh, we're full. Whoops. Oh, Starks. I didn't even notice I got the Doombringer. Good. Another one. With Shaco, with cooldown. I'll have to work this one, sure. Sanctify as well. You save you and you. Anything else good? No. Yeah, nope.
Been fighting hard? Stick to the
Been fighting hard or hardly fighting?
Wear it proud. I do. You won't. Now that just won't. But you could do much better.
If only that life was strength. Oh well. Not good aspect either. Nope. I've played too much Diablo. There's no such thing. Let me see how much time I have on this one. 88 hours on this one. I probably have the same on my, probably more on my Paladin actually. It's fine, we're not over 300 hours, we're fine. I'm gonna clean some of these treasure breaches if any of you wants to join to get some free runs. They're kinda clogging up my my stash here, you know? And that's kind of an issue. I really don't feel like they're worth doing rotas for at this point, so they're still worth running. I just don't feel they're worth doing rotas. Because right now they're basically only do them for the other side. And I'm actually below 700 up the site, I know. I've been doing a lot of master work in. I have those two, but the other things got are worse, so they first. You can't leave Belial Gel, yeah. I mean... I also, well, I'll probably do a bit more Belial Jail later today. I need more Sabras. You need to get the gel, but need to... Yeah. Honestly, for... like, if you're making this build... The pit pushing one... Oh, what? Oh, nice. I didn't notice it was one of the... Those goblins. If you're doing this build, I think... I mean, it's either Beastie Nice... I guess the Arbiter is the most important one first. Arbiter gives you 2 uniques. Then it gives you T-Bolts and Lucians. Then it's Beastie Knights for the chest. For the mantle. Then you have Zir for the Rama. And you have another one. You have the always forget his name. Varshan. Then you have Varshan as well for the Sabre. Varshan, you can get a lot of good stuff that you can sell. Like Varshan, you can get Shard of Rathiels, which you'll sell for the lunging pips. And you can get 1000 steps, which will sell for auto pips. The best place to farm Natharium? Belial. Kill Belial over and over again. Every Belial always drops you 1. And it has the possibility to drop up to 3 as well. Dude, we got a bunch of these guys. Awesome. We got to 3 what do you call the ones that split themselves? Forgot their name. We check each corner. Gelatinous, yes. Those Springarders and Mountain Hooves aren't gonna farm themselves, yep. It be what it be. Belial gives 0 XP, yep. That's the reason I'm not level 300 yet. I've killed so many Belials, but they don't give XP. So, it is what it is. Yeah, but Belial is the best one. $1.5k I got. Yeah, honestly, I'm thinking about buying a bunch of Varshan mats to get XP and farm Sabras, because I don't care too much if the Sabra is I might have to go back actually. We'll go at the end, I guess. I don't care too much if the Sabra is GA or not. Right? So I might just buy a bunch of Arshans. Because he's a fast boss as well. So he'll be very decent to help me level. Well, I really will I'll have to go back. I guess I'll just exit the dungeon. Because it's quite at the beginning, right? I'll just exit the dungeon and go clear the last spots there that I left open. Honestly, I probably should run this on the Paladin maybe, because I think I'm faster on the Paladin. I do have the XP shrine going right now, so whatever. Yeah, I definitely have a couple of goblins. I would say at least 2 in the beginning there. Let's exit the dungeon. And then we enter and we should be at the beginning and we'll clear the ones at the beginning. There we go, 1. One and 2. Oh, there's 3 actually, okay. I was kind of confident there were at least 2 of them, but there was 3. Maybe one more in here? Yeah. Not so lucky. It's easy. Barb the lesser, hammer does greater. I'll drop something that is on my list, yeah.
Beware what the shadow
I think the hardest one will be Ramaladness. Because Ramaladness is the one that's the hardest to get a decent one. Because like the effect is really important. The GA on the resource is really important as well, right? It's the one that has the most things that can go bad. The other ones you want to get the decent one, but you know. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. All roads lead back to Barb Nation. Yeah, I'll always play a Whirlwind at the very least on Barb. I don't know. Paladin is just a holy barb, you know? It's just a holy barb. Vault. Oh, that's another gelatinous. Alright. Am I just getting Omega lucky, or are we getting more gelatinous than we were during the event? What? I need to go back there. Why am I not picking up this Obda site? I'm not capped yet. Ah, see, we have missed one. Ooh. Jules probably should have a chance to drop Skulls of Restoration. I mean, yeah. It's the ones that drop this one here that we killed. I believe they can drop Scrolls of Restoration as well, if I'm not mistaken. It's just not guaranteed. Yo, we're rich. Killing these goblins, we're gonna be rich. Surely there's a goblin here. Oop, okay. Best game as a sidekick. Yeah, honestly, Rama is it's likely the last unique you want to have the Amitic Sanctification. I mean, if you can get it on a good Rama, on a very good Rama, right? But Rama is kind of the unique you want to... Like, if you can choose which unique you don't get the Mythic Sanctification on, it's definitely Rama. Because Rama is so important to get the good Rama, increases your damage so much that, like, if you can avoid having the mythic there and just having it somewhere, right? Because, like, for example, having Grandfather here, I'm missing a 40% multiplier from all the resource I would have if that was a GA resource, right? Missing a lot of damage. Cupping World with builds, long time, any season I really enjoy, but I don't play much the game. This actual season I play them more. What's the max speed you think I should play? I'm doing a variant mythic and the max speed is 79. I'm getting scared since boss don't die immediately. The speed I do right now, I can almost speed farm a 90. Like I can almost speed farm a 90. Currently I can clear it in under 2 minutes quite often. This is the only, like, I don't have a lot of good sanctifications on this setup. Yes, with Mythic. With speed pushing, I've already cleared the 115. With Mythic, with decent sanctifications, you'll be able to speed farm a 90. If you get all the sanctifications, you will probably be able to speed farm a 95 with all the sanctifications. With Grandfather, Starless, a bunch of like fire damage like this. Currently, I only have Grandfather here, a bit of strength here and there, which is not the biggest thing, and fire damage, which is the biggest thing, right? If you can get a couple of fire damage and, you know, 1 or 2 mythics, you'll be able to speed farm 95 super easily. Potentially 95 if you get all the sanctifications. But for example, 85 with 0 sanctifications, you should be able to speed farm a 95 with 0 sanctifications. Ooh, almost quite a good ring. Let me go back here for a second. That town is better. Those ugly bastard has 2 J's. 4%. Yeah, don't. By the way, on the ugly bastard, don't worry about the GAs. Just get one with a better effect. Because the stats on the ugly bastard don't really matter too much for this build. Don't care about the GAs, just get a 60% one.
Some steel you need.
That will give you more damage. Hey, Whirlwind. Pog. Almost good. Almost good. Oh, you're looking for things like this, aren't you? Like, brute force, not really. Any good amulets? No.
What's still got some good in it?
That's the spirit. Give it a go. Hello, shiny. Hello,
95, yes. With perfect sanctifications, 95 is possible to speed farm 100. I don't think you'll be able to speed farm 100. Okay, this one is good for me. This one is very good for me. Damn. On 2, I guess, the rest resistance. Regress resistance, I stopped to lose life on Torment 4. Yeah. Like, Barb is quite tanky this season when compared to other classes. Air Perdition will not increase your damage, assuming you are critical strike chance capped, which you might not be. Her Perdition doesn't really increase your damage too much over an ugly bastard, but it gives you the same amount of damage while giving you movement speed, a bunch of movement speed, which is nice, and crit chance in case you're not critical strike chance capped. As you can see, my HP does not move on general content. Like, yeah, it doesn't really matter. Like, Barb is more than tanky enough. Look at my toughness. I have 600% toughness. You don't need this much toughness. Look, I got the explosion to my face, didn't die. Right. Barb is very... Oh, I accidentally killed the goblin. Barb is a very tanky boy this season. But, I mean, Barb is always tanky, to be fair. So, yeah, no worries about it. You don't have to apologize for asking questions. Oh, you're playing hardcore. Alright. Yeah. 1 million during combat. Yeah, that's like, realistically, you only have to be careful on pits. But yeah, like, if you're playing hardcore, try to cap crit some other ways. Instead of using, you know, like, keep Ugly Bastard, get the GA aggressive resistance, and try to get as close to 60% as you can. The other stats don't matter, right? Only aggressive resistance, because you kind of want to be tanky on hardcore, right? And then just try to get the critical strike chance elsewhere. If needed, remember you can, like right now, I recommend running Polearm Expertise. But like if you need crit, you can just run the two-handed axe expertise. You don't. It goes from 15 to 10% damage multiplier, but you get increased critical strike chance, right? So if you're missing critical strike chance because you're not running air prediction, just to go there. But generally the build has way too much critical strike chance. Like the build is way over cap. If you have movement speed on your boots, you should still be able to, if not to be on movement speed cap, get really close to movement speed cap anyway, without air prediction. When you have all your buffs up. Like all your shouts and all your and cultivations up, right? You should be movement speed cap. So it's not the end of the world not running air prediction. The mythic's not really for pit, right? I mean, it's not the best for pit pushing now. You can still do pit, you can easily level your glyphs with that. But for pit pushing, I have a specific pit pushing build. I even have one with double Solig, which is even better, but that one is really hard to get. Do a pit variant? Yeah. The pit variant is, I wanna say, what? 15 pits stronger or something like that? 15, 20 pits stronger? And the double Solig is like 3 or 4 extra pits over that. Hit 100 with current setup. That's with the pit pushing setup, right, Carbon? Like, if you're doing 7 minutes with the mythic setup, I'll be mega impressed. GL max life, has felt me for price, another Thunder Grandfather J damage. Honestly, if you're playing hardcore, you can probably just use the J life one. Getting GA on the damage does not increase your damage that much. And the G on life will make you extremely more tanky though. Mythic 1? Oh yeah, 7 star. Alright, that's very good actually. I guess I keep forgetting that under Pit 100 the scaling is not the same, right? The scaling is much smaller below 100. At 100 is when the scaling actually, you know, goes bonkers. I kill in 1 second after swap grandfather. 90% father. Yeah, that's very nice. I will let me try running a 100 with the mythic build. With the pit push build with double Solig, I can speed farm 100s. You know, speed farm quote unquote, because that build is not necessarily the fastest thing ever. You know.
Hello, Vasily's ghost. Well, hello, shining pure. Not a bad pull, that.
Nope. 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 Oh, that's an aspect? Oh. I don't have that one maxed out yet. Lol. Okay.
Well, hello, shame that. Hello, well, shame that. Hello, Vasily's ghost.
If this was back to the hell channel. No. Let me actually spend the extra points we have here. Bit more damage here. Am I missing any damage up here? I don't think so, right? Yeah, that's the max number. What do you have here? Challenger is over here. Let's get some extra strength, shall we? Where can I get more strength? I'll have to go down here, right? Okay. In here. Okay, there we go. More strength. I think we can get 4k strength, maybe. Not on this setup, but on the pit pushing setup. Yeah, but right now we have what? We have Grandfather here. We have fire damage here. We have maximum resource here, which is the decent one. We have strength here, which is decent. We have strength over here as well. And another strength. So like, sorry. It's like we have decent sanctifications actually. Not the best, but we have decent sanctifications. Oh yeah, I also have this one over here, which is very decent as well. Yeah, let me... I don't think I have the... I don't think I have this sword sanctified. Damn. Physical damage does nothing. Total resistance does nothing. Alright. Oh, that's not even a max art. Who cares? I'm gonna replace this amulet sometime, hopefully. Whatever. I have a max aspect. I thought that one... I must have forgotten to put the max aspect there. Oh well. What does Sanctify do? It makes the item unmodifiable, and it can either add like another modifier. Why am I? Wait, why? Oh, I clicked the portal. It can either add a modifier, like for example, strength, fire damage, a crit chance, stuff like that, right? Or it can add quality, which increases the item stats. It can add another GA to the item, or it can, if the item is not a mythic or not an ancestral unique, it can replace one of the stats on the item for a new one, which is normally not an outcome you want. And lastly, the big thing you want is that it can add a new aspect to the item on top of what the item has, and that aspect could potentially be a mythic as well. That's the big jackpot, right? For example, I have grandfather on my I have grandfather on my Ramadness, right? That's from sanctification. Very strong. Okay, this is an Omega mob type actually. I'm gonna... Can I die? I guess not. I'm better off just killing them. Dude, can we stop? Let me actually get a good mob type. Because I want to actually get a decent what do you call this? Like a decent baseline? No, that's not the word. A decent benchmark. Yeah, that's the word. A decent benchmark for the build on 100. I should not have clicked that, but that's fine actually.
It's a fight you want.
Ooh. I actually got one shot in 100. How much toughness do I actually have here? Is everything up? Wow, okay. Oh, I'm not running the fire. We need to run a fire gem. I'm running a fire gem on my push setup, that's why I don't get one shot. We need to run the fire gem. Those explosions are the only thing that can kill me.
There is power in these stones.
There you go.
Beware the envious, my friend.
Those are the only things that can actually get me killed. By the way, that's the reason you see basically all the builds recommend you running one ruby gem. It's not like just random. Someone decided, yeah, I'm gonna put a ruby gem there, right? That's the reason, because that's kind of the only damage that can actually kill you. That's actually dangerous. The other types of damage are not that dangerous. Just gonna leave the earthquakes. I'm gonna keep pulling random stuff, because while my ancients are active, they will not lose aggro, you know? It's a bit awkward here, because this setup does not have any grouping whatsoever, because it's supposed to be using for speed farming, right? So I don't have any form of grouping on it at all. So it's a bit awkward with enemies that are not melee. I can... I'm sure I can make it work. So we're surviving those explosions much better now. Unlucky bastard, you lose the extra fire resist? Yeah. On Barb, you realistically, I feel like you realistically only need to use one gem. But like, for example, on Paladin, you even use 2 fire gems. Because fire damage is just that dangerous, you know? I'm gonna try and drag that succubus. Was a bust, honorable. Yep. That seems about right. Ah! I meant to go over the eye, I didn't mean to trigger hit. Ooh. Poison can sometimes be rough, but poison I don't mind too much, because poison is not instant damage, right? Normally. And damage over time I can deal with well enough. So I'm not too afraid of damage over time. These wolves are surprisingly tanky. Oh. The other elite groups were dying so much faster. Oh, that was a big skip there. Hey, we almost did it in 5 minutes. That's very good timing. I always forget that that's like scaling below 100 is like so forgiving. I always forget that. I guess it's gonna be 6 minutes because the boss does take a bit to die. Like, if this was a boss with more ads, it would be easier, because I'll have better time on shouts, but... you know. It's gonna be a bit over 6 minutes, that's fine. Ah, this is not the best boss you could get either, because this guy just keeps despawning. Yeah. Let's call that 6 minutes. That's very decent. Alright. Very, very decent. Oh.
It is done.
Ooh. Nice.
See some steel you need?
I'm saving this Starless because I'm not 100%. I think for the Blasted Hammer and other Paladin builds, I think I want more attack speed because we're not. I thought we were capping attack speed 1, but we are not. So that's why I'm saving that. The runes, I'm just running out of space. I need to start selling them, but I'm always a bit lazy on that. Ooh, Whisper. I need to open the tunnels, the prisoners, or else. Oh, okay. I actually don't need because XP shrine is right here. I need to go out, right? Yeah. If you don't finish the dungeon, you need to go out. My brain just defaulted to going there. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'll need to check all the corners back there. Oh, just dead. Okay. Just dead ends. I'm being jabated. Okay, we have to go check that corner for the gobos. Nope. This is a long ass dungeon, huh? It's not necessarily long, it just has a lot of roadblocks kind of deal. So you take a lot longer than you usually would clearing it. Oh, there we go. Does Grandly have 1.4k? Is fish run ongoing? Yeah, honestly, I might go buy Barshan Mat. I'm really thinking about it. I did spend all my gold today for the 50 Soligs, but I can probably make that back quickly enough. I have a bunch of rooms I have to sell. I'll just put them below market price because I need to clear the stash. I have multiple sets of runes that I'm not gonna use anywhere that are 100 plus. I really need to clean them up. How much do you sell your owns? Those are the ones for Starless, right? I'm not selling those. I'll eventually need to craft a bunch of Starless as well. I'm selling all the bad ones. By the way, Shidel, I might have a couple of maces. If you're still looking for strength GA with life and crit damage. I might have a couple. Still having a scroll issue. Yeah, I can trade them later today then. Cause I'll probably run a couple more Tributes of Ascendance to like gamble a lot on the obols. Because I need maces for myself with the no life kind of stuff. Sure. Not like we're running out of them, but sure. Oh, that cannot bring itself to farm tributes first. Understandable. I'm also wondering if I'm gonna do them or not. Yeah, it's just kind of a bit boring, right? Oh, another thing I need to do actually. I need to do my rapport. Number gobos. Alright. Grid shine, huge. Doesn't keep goblins anymore. Event is over. Hello there. No, they need to make Butcher more menacing. I think they need to make him really rewarding and much harder to kill. Like, I really want Butcher to be something that shows up and you really think twice if you want to just run or do you want to face him, you know? I don't want him to be just, oh, I guess I killed the Butcher kind of deal, you know? Because right now that's kind of what it is. You just see a bunch of loot drop down and you're like, huh, was that the Goblin or a Butcher? And then you look at the loot on the ground. Ooh, that was a Butcher. Okay. Kill Malak Steel World? Yeah, that's the thing, right? You don't even notice you kill him. One reason I notice because our damage is a bit delayed since it's earthquakes, right? So I get to see him for like half a second before he dies. Did I get scammed? We barely got any goblins on this one. What? I think we got scammed here. Did I open the wrong one? I might have opened the wrong one. Maybe we got the glyph. Wait, did we even get a single? No, we got goblins, just not a lot of them. Huh. Weird. Barshan drops good loot, big pallet bolt. Barshan shouldn't drop the bolt. I mean, it can drop the bolt. But yeah. Thanks for answering. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for answering all the questions. A lot to watch my kids, wife asking help. Don't play hardcore with kids around. That's smart. There's the reason I don't play hardcore as well, because my mind constantly gets distracted. And I end up dying a lot. Anyway, guys. We're gonna end the stream here. We've been streaming for 4 hours now. I'll probably grind a bit of bosses and stuff like that offline. But yeah, guys. I'll be streaming tomorrow again, around the same time. 3 GMT, something like that. For now, YouTube. See you guys tomorrow. We didn't get that lucky today with Saligs. Hopefully tomorrow I'll have some items saved up to gamble on stream. We'll see though. Anyway, guys, YouTube. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for coming. Twitch side. Bye-bye, YouTube. Twitch side, we're gonna be raiding Kronex. It's currently on